Yes. Alrighty then. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to go to IRC, shake the tree, see if we can't get anybody to show up. Testing. Let's see. And I'm already too loud. Okay. I'm adjusting stuff. Adjusting volume down. Okay, that should probably be okay. Alright. Oh. Okay. Yes. Welcome aboard, welcome aboard, welcome aboard. This is... Well, I've noticed that there was another show on YouTube called Reality Check, so I changed the name of this to the name of my blog, Spleen Squeezins. Yum, yum. So, there we go. Oh, received my Manga Studio 5 in the mail today. Okay, I've installed it. Still tinkering with it. I've still got to learn the ins and outs of it. The thing of it is, it's missing, well, let me show you. Let me show you. Be easier to show you than to tell you. I'm just trying to close these things out of the way. I'm just trying to open this up, get let's see here. Let me just... Okay. Alright, well, one of the things it is, I installed it, and round and round and round it. Okay, still got, it keeps, I open it up, it says show all the materials in the folder, and I click on it, and it won't show anything more. I can't determine if, well, it's that, a lot of these folders, some of these folders seem to be empty, or have very few items in them, or indicate that they're show all the material. I don't know if that's another example of English. This is made in Japan, or what? Blue, background textures. It's got two skies, day and night, and cityscape, day and night, and so there's quite a selection here, of course, but pattern, backgrounds, ta-da. I'm trying to find if there's any place more to download more, but well, look at this here, word balloons. Okay, it's got word balloons here. There's no balloon here. There's no word balloons here, and there's no word balloons here in this folder either. Effect lines. Image materials, illustration, pictures, brush. I still have to. I've only watched one of the how-to videos, so I do a little bit more watching. Well, got the 3D animated poser thingy, but small objects. Look at it. Look at it. It's got this huge long list. Oh, look at this. It's got all these lists here, but they're all empty. There's a school desk. Home electronics, nothing, nothing. Tools, weapons, vehicles, nothing. And I'm a little puzzled. These backgrounds, no backgrounds. Something called motion, motion buttons, and there's nothing here. Well, this character parts is when you're using the character. Community facility, commercial facility, and road. There, for some reason, apparently I need to install. Create new. Let's see here. Install materials. Organize materials. Using material database. Hold on. I know what it is. I know what it is. I know what it is. I read somewhere I've got to install materials. Install. Okay. Yes. Okay. I think it's wrong. Select material to install. Okay, select material. Okay, mud. Smith Micro. Manga Studios. Common. Material. Thick olives. Just a moment here. Install. Okay, I'm probably gonna, yeah, this may take a while, to figure out what's, okay, I state a thumbnail. Okay, it's got a ton of these files, but no instructions on how to install them. These are zipped files for some reason. I don't get it. Darn it. Let's try that again. Okay, install material. Yes, okay. Yes. select material, my documents, Smith Micro, Manga Studio. Nice. This is one of the epic mysteries of life, apparently. Okay. Okay, it looks like I'm going to have to go and dig around and get some information on how to install that. It's not working. It's got a lot of stuff, but it hasn't got, it's got all these things. It's got empty folders that are supposed to have things in it. And I'm going, what? Yeah. I don't know. I'll have to figure that out. I don't know why they would put, no explanation. The game, the box has got the nice box and the DVD and the CD and everything, but no instruction manual. They should have put something in there, really. But I'm a little vexed. I want to dive in. I just want to dive in, but I've got to go back a few steps and learn some stuff. Yep. Okay. Let's see here. Look at this. You'd think they would include more than just one item. There's only like one small. They have a list of small objects, and it has a coffee cup. And that's it. Now I understood that when it was just look at all these lists. I can figure out my own. Why would they just make categories and not put anything in them? If I make a folder, I can come up with my own name. But oh well. Corel Paint Shop Pro, yay! All right. Got a commission for Daniel Meyer. And if you want to make a commission, now would be a real good time to do it. Because I'm looking at this. I've got like 40 days left on the Kickstarter. And I barely have 1/10 of the stated goal. And my confidence is, I'm not really confident that it's going to work. Okay, let's see here. Let's see, 36. Okay, did that one. Oldvik. Okay, gotta just moving these over to the completed section. Inbox, Old Vic. Okay, double wide page, okay. Alrighty. Alrighty, I'm trying to think and nothing's happening. Uh, you're making me do math in my head. Uh, evil! Okay, clear. Image. Canvas size. Okay. $6,200. Made. Wait. Okay. View. Grid. Double wide page. Okay, let's see. Hmm. Okay, this is going to take a lot of characters. Okay. I'm trying to think, but nothing's happening. Let's see here. Those proportions, I don't know. Let me think. Wait, was I? Yeah, didn't I? I did. Let's see. Nope, 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 nope. Let's see here. Old Vic. Completed Old Vic. Okay, that's 36. 37. Oh, jumped ahead by a page, but I still got to do that big one. Come on, come on, come on. Go. View, grid, file, open, picture of the Old Vic. Ha. Knew I was smart to save that. Probably going to be spending the next day or so working on the rest of this week is probably going to be working on the commissions for the Old Vic. His next commission is rather large, so okay. Layers, new raster there. Okay, let's get this description down. Miscellaneous costume kids on porch stairs. Maybe not. Okay. Undo. Edit. Undo. I'm thinking, but nothing's happening. Best approach. Edit. Paste as new image. I'm trying to think, but nothing's happening. Uh, it's been kind of a rough past couple of days. Uh, got the oxygen tank, the oxygen pump thing from the doctor. Supposed to wear it while I'm sleeping, and supposed to help me with my apnea by adding a little extra oxygen to compensate for my poor breathing. And thing of it is, I can't seem to fall asleep while I'm wearing it. As it is, I can't even really actually, it's a cannula with the little thingies that go up your nose. I'm going to get a suffuser instead, as a little mask that sprays it into your face rather than up your nose. And okay, let's see here. Just have freehand think it over. Anyway, I had to turn down. It's supposed to give me two. The prescription was for 2 liters of oxygen an hour. I've turned it down to about 1 because it was spraying so hard up my nose, felt like it was blow drying the backs of my eyeballs, and that didn't help either. The air is blowing up my nose. It's ice cold and it's dry. And I'm really not sure what to do about it. I'm trying to get a different kind of mask. Let me show you. It's okay. Let's see here. What I'm going to get is this here. It has a little thing. It's a little thingy. It sits in front of your nose. And so, it doesn't even actually touch your face. It has a little diffuser arm. I checked the documentaries, the documentary, the medical, the oxygen absorption rate. It basically works as well as a cannula does. It sits like just in front of your mouth. Like, I used to be able to zoom in on these things, but I can't with this setup. So, well, maybe I can. Gothic office image video. I guess not. Well, anyway. Like this guy's wearing here, it hovers in front of the face. Now the cannula is a little thing up the nose thing like this, and no, but that's going to have to wait a while. My insurance covers the oxygen concentrator, and they gave me a big old stack of these disposable cannulas to use, and well. I've been letting it rest on my upper lip, and just sort of blow into my face. It's been just hanging there on my mustache, and just and but it's still it's I haven't been able to fall asleep with it on yet. I keep it, running, but not, up the nose, It's little frustrating right now. There's a lot of things developed, but 2 steps forward, another step back. one of those kind of days. But the Pro, yeah, you're right. The Pro Vision probably comes with a lot more built-in, but I'm going to try and learn this thing first and figure it out and go from there. You can import 3D models into Manga Studio 5, apparently. Of course, you have to have the models to import. But, I'll for the future, deep breath, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go. Blazing my butt off on top of this mountain. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna shut off the IRC so that I don't just keep extra bandwidth. Okay. And the electric bill came in, and it's $280. And yeah. Oh, I gotta call the IRS. I'm behind on it. It's just, yeah. Well, $2,000 in pledges. That would be it's quite impressive. Uh, I have seriously overestimated my internet notoriety, I suppose. But what you gonna do? Get the rough sketches in. Pull up my reference picture. Haha. It's lagging and dragging. Just increasing the picture size from 350. It's no. I used to, it's normally 300 dots per inch. I've increased it to 450 because I've been informed that's the standard, and it's making my computer drag a little bit. I don't know. I should just. I'm not thinking very clearly right now. Not very clearly at all. Meant to call the IRS today, let them know that I missed last month's payment and have to do that tomorrow morning. Put way too much hope into that fundraiser, that Kickstarter. I made a comment, maybe I should have offered potato salad on the side. You heard about that guy, right? He raised something like $250,000. How much was it? Potato salad. Google. He did, it was a joke Kickstarter, and bizarre, well, not a quarter million. He raised 55 grand. And he did, he had a big potato salad party for everybody. And then he used the rest of the money and put it into a fundraiser program. He put it into a what do you call it? A trust fund for a charity. He basically used it to start a charity. For food for the hungry. It's decent of him, but still, far out. 55 grand. It's just some stupid thing that he just hit at just the right time when everybody was feeling silly and had a few bucks to spare. But me, I haven't got, at the end of the day, what I haven't got isn't particularly unique. There's 1,000 writers out there. Well, help me create the great all-American new novel, comic book, magazine, whatever. And got one guy that pointed out that the don't the lowest donation that gets you a tangible reward is more than what the books themselves will cost for sale. And I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say to that, because, I could offer, for every $5 donation, you get a free book, get a free copy of the book, and it costs, I could sell it at cost. I could say for everybody who donates gets, the two everybody who donates X amount, gets 2 books, and it would have ended up with everybody. I would have ended up getting all the donations and sending out all the books, and when it was all done, I'd be right back at square one with $0. Well, I'm not selling myself short. I'm just saying that really the market is glutted for comic books and comic book artists and writers, and or for fantasy and sci-fi writers, and for I I have the on one side, being on the internet. If it weren't for the internet, I wouldn't be doing anything at all like this. I wouldn't be drawing or writing or anything like that. I'd probably be dying slowly, flipping burgers someplace. Or I'd be real, just God only knows. But at the same time, the very thing that gave me a chance is making that chance slim. Because, well, I mean, just go to DeviantArt. Just flip through DeviantArt, or shoot, go to one of these uh, amateur hour, art galleries that are all over the internet. There are literally thousands of artists out there of my caliber or much higher. There are thousands of writers out there of my caliber or higher, and it is a very competitive market. And uh, most of what I am is I am a niche, 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 niche market. I fill a niche. I don't know how you pronounce it. Niche market. You know, and once I found that niche, it didn't really spend. I mean, it was exciting. It's always exciting at first because you get all these people come from all over. I find I've got readers in like uh, all over Europe and in Japan and in Japan and then 5-10 years later, I've still got readers scattered all over the place. One or two in Japan, a couple in Kuwait, a dozen more over in this state or that state. And whatever. It's just not catching fire. So it's a little disconcerting. Oh yeah, I've got a well, I should have done that ages ago. I've got to contact them about PIP. Got a percentage of income electrical bill thingy for the winter. Because good night, $280 for a month. You'd think I was running a discotheque or something. You'd think I had laser raves every night or something, or that I had a bank of computers the size of a Walmart. $280. Good night. I gotta raise that. I gotta see if I can talk them into not turning off my electricity in the middle of the winter. Or even in the middle of fall, it's cold. And it drags. Wish I knew how to fix it. So you give out flashlights on Halloween, huh? Okay, it's not the weirdest thing I've heard of. I saw this thing on Facebook. There's a campaign. They're starting a campaign where people they're going around begging people to give out non-candy treats on Halloween. It's the teal pumpkin. You're supposed to to show you're participating in it. You paint you put your jack-o'-lantern out, but you paint it blue or teal. And that way the kid, it's because we have so many children with food allergies. And, oh crap. Look, they say that there is 1 in 13 children right now with a food allergy. Okay, my first impression is horse apples. My first thought is this is a case of overdiagnosis. Look, they are not doing nothing new under the sun. They were doing this when I was a kid, and when my dad was a kid. Dad hated going to. He said he hated taking us to the Debbie and me to my sister and me to the doctors and such, because whenever there was a fad going on, it didn't matter what you had. They come in and diagnose it with whatever was newest in the newspaper. Then there's a simple fact. Okay, 1 in 13 children has an allergy. Most allergies aren't severe. I know that there are kids out there, if they eat like a peanut butter sandwich, they'll keel over dead. But for over 100 years, people have been sending their kids out to get trick-or-treat candy. For 100, for over 100 years, and we haven't had kids dropping dead on doorsteps like they'd walked into a cloud of black flag or nothing. They're overstating it. And more to the point, they're making everybody else go into contortions over this. Everybody else is, expected to just change up everything. Kids getting their lunches banned because little Timmy in row 7 has a peanut allergy. Your kid can't have a peanut butter sandwich. It's like that stupid. You know what was so stupid about Sleeping Beauty? Sleeping Beauty, she gets a curse put on her. If you prick your finger on a spindle, you'll die. And so what does the king do? He does, cast iron oven mitts. 4 words right there for you, But no, what he does is he has every spinning wheel in the kingdom burned. Now I want you to think about the consequences of that. Nobody in the kingdom could spin thread for cloth. Can you imagine the massive downturn in the quality of life because these people couldn't sew their own clothes anymore? All because of one girl with a deadly spinning wheel allergy. And that's what we got today. I think most of these kids, it's still alarming, the number of kids who actually have allergies, because it is going up. every year. And it turns out what the doctors have concluded, first of all, it basically boils down to is that we are over coddling the kids. In between, two reasons is we over sanitize their environment. And it's a self-perpetuating cycle. People hear about a peanut allergy, so they stop eating peanuts. They stop giving their kid, they won't give their kids peanut butter. They won't let any peanut-related products into their family diet, and the kid, without having developed a resistance, what it basically is, basically. But we use antibiotic soap and hand gel, aerosol sprays for killing germs, and everything gets scrubbed and sanitized and boiled. And oh no, Timmy, don't go out and play in the mud. You might catch Ebola. Our kids are being, we're living in a hyper sanitized society, and at least in the upper middle classes, and the kids are growing up with weak immune. Importantly, is that they don't. What they said specifically, they don't produce enough T cells. T cells, in particular, help control our autoimmune response, keeps it from reacting wrong. Without those, the body recognizes ordinary food as dangerous, and you puff up like a blimp. Anyway, we overprotect our kids from stuff, and the consequence is they have no tolerance. And it apparently is the root of a lot of this outbreak. And it's especially notable that kids from low-income families have a lot fewer cases of these allergies. A lot fewer. So, that's interesting little bit of evidence that the theory might be correct. And that's the thing that gets me the most is it seems to be a self-perpetuating cycle. Parents get panicky about allergies and germs and all these other icky, contaminating things that might infest their child, and so they raise the kid in a bubble, and they grow up with a weak immune system. which just makes them panic more and makes the next generation go, oh my goodness, there's so many children with allergies. What if little Timmy has it? And it gets worse every year. I can imagine the old Vic would be popular. Stretch it out a little bit more, and Scooby-Doo could be running around in the hallways. Yeah. This is aggravating. This is really aggravating. It's slow. It's image resize. Let's see if I can't fix this. 'Darn it, I'm trying to get it to... Okay. There we go. Image, canvas size. Inches. .300 dots per inch. Apparently a 450 pixel image is make the computer drag its behind. My brain feels so fuzzy right now. You know what the real kicker is? You know all that panic they make about people putting poison and drugs and needles and stuff into candy? Turns out there's never been an actual case. Except for two. One was the case of a little kid who got into his uncle's drug stash, OD'd, and died. His parents took the remainder of the uncle's drug stash and sprinkled it on the dead kid's candy, Halloween candy, to make it look like that was where he got it from. And there was another case where there was a man who was literally trying to kill his own son. Took the kid's bag of Halloween candy and poisoned it. They have not had a single incident of somebody handing out poison, like the typical uh, Halloween phobia, the Halloween fear. Uh, it's a fabricated danger. It's an urban myth, and yet that fear has informed uh, parenting. It is influenced how neighborhoods and communities and entire townships conduct affairs on Halloween. The police have their schedules rerouted around inspecting candy and patrolling neighborhoods and crap because of this. And it's not true. But it makes a good story. Fear informs far too many of our decisions. And the sad thing is that most people don't show any rational understanding of real dangers. I've seen people. You know what the dumb thing is about some of the things they say, like you're 10 times more likely to be killed by a cow than by a shark. Yeah, in Colorado. If you live in Miami and you go to the beach and you go surfing, I think the odds are slightly more in favor of the shark. That's a perfect example of misleading statistics. Distorted statistics. You're more likely to be killed by an American cop. The average American citizen is more likely to be killed by a cop than by a terrorist. What sort of person is usually killed by a cop? What sort of person is usually killed by a terrorist? Last I checked, cops weren't going around shooting people for the crime of breathing while being American. Yeah, you're likely to be shot by a cop. If you're robbing a house or robbing a bank, or you're drunk off your can, and or drugged off your out of your mind and try to get belligerent with a cop when he pulls you over. Try and jump a cop, yeah, he'll kick your ass. Pardon my language. But it's misstated. Then they say, oh, there's only 2 people in all of America infected by Ebola, and it spreads like wildfire. And the people who are in charge of protecting us have shown all the coordination, common sense, and precaution of the Three Stooges. Yes, we're afraid of Ebola. It's smart to be afraid of something that makes you crap your internal organs out. Oh my. Ugh. It's a little oversized there. That's I just shrink that down there. And all right. Think. Uh, I shouldn't do that. That's there's merge all. I really wish I had some. This thing's only got one microphone, so I can't. But well, I'm starting to get really. I'm trying to keep myself from getting depressed, but I'm starting to get depressed. To sitting here talking, I tend to start thinking of things, and it starts eating at me. It really, 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 really does. It's going to be quite an adjustment going to this new art program because this is, uh, yes, this is something like, this is just about 15 years of working with Paint Shop Pro. 15 freaking years. That make you feel old. Make you feel all sorts of old. Oh my. Let's see. Halloween this week. That's right, isn't it? What ticks me off is that they do this thing. Oh, we're having beggars night on the 28th or the 15th, or they change the schedule around for trick or treating. I'm like, jerks. They give you a calendar for a reason. Use it. I'm sorry. Halloween is Halloween. You know? I just feel personally, I've always felt personally offended by the fact that they would, you know, around what day you were supposed to go out to go trick or treating. And we didn't go trick or treating that often. I mean, when I was a kid, my parents, fundamental Baptists, and they, they bought in hard to the whole Satanists are lurking out there with drugged LSD laced needle barbed candies thing. Made the holidays so much fun. And of course, the whole Halloween is the devil's night thing that took off real well too. So we ended up. It isn't even worth recalling. My parents got into this thing when they started doing their own church, running their own church. They would have they didn't want kids going to the prom, so they would hold a church cotillion. No dancing, no music, no date, but oh, it's just as good. And Halloween was the harvest party, otherwise known as Who Do You Think You're Kidding? Do I sound bitter? Do I? I'm pretty sure I am. Anyway, let's see here. Sometimes it seemed like they had a never-ending list of everything that was dirty and corrupt and evil and faded out there for a minute. Let's see. Layer. New raster layer. Kind of considering resetting, just shutting down the drive, the Kickstarter, starting over again with a lower mark. But after I did the numbers, I thought it over, worked it out, and say I might have been able to hit 10 grand, but that would be just enough to get me in trouble. By the middle of summer, I'd be back in Dutch again. After getting everything paid, packed away that I needed to. I still might do it anyway, just to have a chance that the Kickstarter will come through all the way. Or maybe I'll just wait until it closes out and start it up again at a half goal. Start it over with a mark for 10,000. I'll have to reduce the incentives too, though. My question is, what do you think? Do you think I should wait until December, and if it doesn't pan out, restart it with a half goal? That's probably that's probably the best approach, because it gives every chance for it to work out. Sing out if you're in channel. I can't tell who's here and who's not, so. Well, anyway. Let me do it. Let's do the. Move it over. Moving on over. Roll it on over. Move over, little dog. The big dog's moving in. All right. Okay, I'm going to be right back. You would have put the digital copy at the $5 level? Well, maybe. I don't know. Okay, I'll be right back. Gotta run to the restroom. Be back in a minute. And I have returned. Thank you for sticking around. Yeah. Whew, a little winded. Had to sort of trot up from the back to the front. Old fart nearly dead. There we go. I can see what I'm doing. Just a moment. Yeah. Let's see here. Whoop. Excuse me. A little bit of a frog in my throat. Well, um, Let's see here. Yes, yes. Let's see here. Gooey. Excuse me. Eating s'mores. I needed a little chocolate mood booster there. Threw some marshmallows and chocolate in the microwave. Mm. Okay, I have Googled. I have let's see. I'm trying to think of something that I have not done to promote. Something that I can do to promote my Kickstarter. That's going to dwell on my thoughts a lot because I'm pinning a lot of hope on this. Way too much hope, really. Because it means two things. If I can make it, if I can make it succeed, I will have established my. That will be my income for next year. After all said and done, what is left will be my income for next year. And that will be a degree of security I haven't had ever. But just, second of all, it will mean that yes, what I have here is marketable. That I have a chance with it. So I've really got to think of some way to promote this. There are some suggestions that I read that they're too local, and I am apprehensive about using, like doing local promotions in the newspapers and things like that. Nobody. Let's put it this way: my closest fan is a state away, so I don't really think. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really think at all. Period. It's my problem. Uh, yeah. I'm running an ad campaign right now that links to the Kickstarter. That's another thing. I've Facebooked it, I've Twittered it. Maybe I should Tumblr it. If this goes through, I'm literally going. If this campaign goes through, I'm literally going to be drawing 6 to 7 days a week. So I'm going to have to start pulling 8-hour days and 7-day weeks. Boo hoo hoo, right? For Pulsar, I'll be live streaming it, like this here on YouTube, and I'll be and I'll probably be running it at a different time. May start earlier in the day, just so everybody can just start at like 9 or 10 in the morning and just run on through. I live in Ohio, Marietta, Ohio. It's a little small town type place. I really don't. I'm just averse to drawing attention, local attention around people, that I live with. If that it does, I don't know if that makes any sense to y'all, but I just have this mental image of the people at my dad's church suddenly all crawling all up in it, you know. Yeah, that sounds terrible, I know, but well, people who I know who live right close to me physically, you wouldn't want people to know, but you're not close to know about it. But there are a lot of people I know that I'm not near, but it's more, the whole thing about a prophet has honor everywhere except in his hometown kind of thing. I'd rather remain anonymous where I am. If that clarifies it. Well, take care, you crazy. Crazy. Take care. Any note without the brain. See, the world is going insane. So better know if it's up the status quo, if poison in the water main. That breaking sound. Rushing round. Oh my. Is there anybody in there? If you're still watching, sing out in the chat room. Because I can't tell otherwise. I'll be honest, I cheat a little bit. I decide how long I'm going to stay on channel by how many people in the audience I have. Not much point to it if nobody's watching. Of course, I should be staying online just because, you know, that way I can get more drawing done, but lately I've taken to looking in the mirror and wondering if I can bleach my beard. I'm serious. My beard is, you know, gray. It's silvery gray now. My hair's gray and my beard's silvery white. It's almost white, almost completely white. It's grayish white, and I am tempted just to bleach it white. Just to go, you know, pharmacy and say, I want to bleach my hair and my beard white. Give me something. And then go apply for a job as a mall Santa. Hey, I know the uniform would fit. But I'm still kind of influenced by my dad about on that in that regard, particularly uh, he makes some very valid points. He pointed out he made a point of about the whole Santa Claus thing. Now he's one of those that that complains largely that Jesus has been replaced entirely by Santa Claus, and I gotta say, yeah, I mean, they teach he is all knowing and all seeing, and they tell them to make supplications to him for what they want for Christmas, and it's the first thing, one of the first things that these obnoxious, there's got to be an onomatopoeia for obnoxious agnostic. Agnostious. I don't know. The first thing they say, oh yeah, you believe in God, you believe in Jesus. Yeah, I used to believe in Santa Claus too. They always do that. They always do that number, and I'm like, yeah, that's real witty, real clever there. But let's be fair. You grow up, you find out the first thing you find out, your first step to being an adult is finding out that your parents lied to you about Santa Claus. Now, why are they going to think? Why would it's why would they think anything different about the other uh, main figure of the Christmas holiday? And I've got to question the ethics anyway of lying to little kids. No matter how cute it is. I mean, think about the ethics of it. Think about the ethics of it. You're lying to a little kid not to protect them, not because the truth is embarrassing or something too complicated for them to understand. You're lying to a little kid because it's cute. So, no. I don't think I could bring myself to be a mall Santa, no. Terrible, you know. If we want to teach kids the virtue of honesty, we have to start with ourselves. Some of the biggest jerks in your life are people who lie because they think it's funny, because they think it's amusing, because they think it's clever. And they get a giggle out of seeing you believe something that they know is stupid and a lie. Have you ever met a jackass like that? Tell me you haven't. They'll tell you something, something stupid, just to see if you'll buy it. How's that any? You're not doing anything nice for the kid. Well, there you have it. Don't do to kids what you wouldn't do to an adult. You know. I think one of the problems with the holidays right now is too much build up for too little payoff. We literally spend at least a month or 2 months building up to Halloween, to Thanksgiving, to Christmas, to New Year's. Building up, building up, building up, and then one day it's gone. Thanksgiving, nothing left but of the turkey but bones. There you go. No. Now, what would really help matters, if you ask me, what would really help matters with like Christmas, if Christmas lasted more than a single day. It used to be a 12-day celebration. At 12 days of Christmas, you know. Uh, and you give the gifts out over a stretch of 3 days instead of in one paper strewn orgy at the beginning of Christmas morning. Uh, and I'm serious. It would work so much. I think it would work a whole lot better. Because then the festivities wouldn't all be over by the time the Christmas parade was rolling on TV. Yeah, and it wouldn't even have to, just you wouldn't have to get more stuff. Just get, the same gifts and stuff. Just stretch it out. Stretch it out. Like the Jews, they have Hanukkah. 8 nights. And they little gifts and things over 8 days. And make Thanksgiving. I don't know about Thanksgiving. Let's all be honest here. We love our families dearly, and we love them at a distance. Oh, yeah. The thing is, I loved meeting. I loved going to see my grandma and everything. But as I got older, when I was on the holidays, my parents would uh, do the thing. They'd come by. We'll pick you up. And we'll drive you there to grandma's place or grandma or grandpa, wherever we were going. And oh, that's the worst. That's the worst when somebody else drives you there because you can't escape. You want to go home. I mean, as much as you love your family, you want to go. I've come to the conclusion, I'm something of an introvert, I suppose. They see the difference between an extrovert and an introvert. An extrovert gets energy from being around people. Being around people recharges their batteries. An introvert is somebody that being around other people drains their batteries. So while for them, it's like they're going to the recharger to get their cell phone charged up, to get their iPhone all recharged up, and then, they'll be there for 8, 10 hours, and then finally, bing, bing, they're all charged up and ready to go. But by that time, you're on the last dregs of your battery. And one of the things was is that in the later years, it got to the point, we'd go there. My parents would be driving in their car, and I'd be driving. They'd be driving in the car, and they'd pick me up and drive me there, so that we could all be there for, Christmas or Easter or Thanksgiving with Grammy, and we'd get there, and we'd all be around. We have a good time, and then at the end, as the hours wore on, it was a 2, 3, 4 hour trip sometimes to drive from where we were to where Grammy lived. And Dad would look at the car, oh, well, it's late. Could we stay overnight? I don't want to be driving in the dark. We'll leave early in the morning. And I'm going, Gah! And then we crash out all over the floor, and then we get up the next morning, and then they dawdle and dawdle and dawdle and delay and talk some more and talk some more and talk some more, and it would start to be getting around noon before they'd even think of moving out in the general direction of the car. I'm going, would you please get me home so I can curl up in my hovel of filth and cocoon myself in my bed and never come out for a week? Anyway, I find I started. Half the reason I owned a pet was so that I can't stay. Really, I got to get home, feed the cat. That cat was just for that. The cat was worth her weight in cat food. You know what I'm saying? Well, anyway. You want to know my thoughts on Alien? I'm assuming the movie Alien, Sigourney Weaver and all that. Okay, I saw the second movie before I saw the first movie. Because, we were Christians, so we didn't go to the movie theaters. We'll just wait until it comes out on video. Don't ask me why that was important. It gets stupider every year that I think about it. But, okay, I saw Alien 1s, Aliens, and Alien, and I thought it was a pretty, I liked it. It was a pretty butt-kicking action movie, Aliens. The first one I saw later is, I was already prepared for the more shocking stuff. So, yeah, that was pretty creepy. Okay, let's get out Aliens. But Alien 3, I never watched Alien 3 because I never watched Alien 3 or Alien 4. Because they basically took everything and flushed it down the toilet. The meeting had to have gone like this. Okay, here's the plan. We're going to make a third movie. In the first 5 minutes, we're going to kill off all the characters that the audience emotionally invested in from the first movie. Little girl, dead. Loyal robot, dead. Boyfriend, dead. And at the end of the movie, Sigourney Weaver, dead. They just took a big old dump all over the franchise. Gee, I wonder why this movie didn't make as much money. Oh well, let's make another sequel. Sequelitis, my man. It's the same story. Somebody in the movie industry managed to bludgeon their bloody way into the theater with their innovative idea, and it blows people away. And the first thing the bean counters in Hollywood do is they try and take that brilliant, innovative success and break it down into a formula. They treat art like a product, and it never works. And they have spent the last how many centuries, how many decades has the movie industry? These people, we just can't figure out why Terminator 17 just didn't sell. And they do stupid things like the guy who created The Incredibles. The hell he went through. I mean, he's one of the few who went through development hell and came out to tell the tale. Because it boils down to this, they get put on board with some executive, and the executive would go, "Ooh, this is a great idea, let's do it," and then the executive would get fired. Somebody in the higher ups, they the papers and everything signed, but the executive directly above them would get fired, and the hire another executive to fill his place. And this new executive treated everything that the old executive touched like poison. He didn't want to get the failure cooties on him. And so The Incredibles would get sidelined again. and they come up with the stupidest reasons to do it. One time, a studio exec told them that they couldn't. Oh, we can't go ahead with it like this. They asked why. He said, because all your heroes are dressed in red. In our focus groups, people hate the color red. Then finally they found Pixar. Pixar was the only one that gave a crap about the story. The only one who put put that first. That's why Pixar has been such a great success for so long. They've had a couple of clunkers, but nothing that's really failed. And that is the big reason. And they were willing, and they thought like creative people. They looked at an idea and decided the idea deserved a chance. That it was better than anything else out there. They said, oh, yeah, we got to make this movie happen. They weren't looking to see if it fit a formula. They weren't trying to turn their studio into a Ronald McDonald's. That's in a nutshell. I mean, that's what happens to any corporation after a period of time. All the innovations they had that made them a success become a trap. Microsoft, Mickey Mouse, and McDonald's. The three major examples. Back in the 80s and 90s, man, Microsoft, everybody was looking for an alternative. Because Microsoft Windows crashed all the time. Blue screen of death, man. And instead of making new innovations, they were trying to ride on the laurels of their old ones. And they were trying to make it by a formula. McDonald's, the food is terrible because they're making them according to a formula. They don't teach chefs. They don't teach people how to cook a good burger. They teach them how to run a clamshell grill and to prefab everything. Saddest job title in the world, McDonald's chef. There are actual people that work for McDonald's. Their job is to try and come up with new recipes and and dishes and stuff. The only thing sadder, I can only imagine the only thing sadder than being a top chef for McDonald's has to be being a top chef for Taco Bell. Taco Bell, they've got, 4 ingredients? Soft shells, hard shells, ground beef oid, and salsa. Let's see how many, and beans, refried beans, and this guy, somewhere there's some guy whose whole job is to find new ways to slap those 5 ingredients together. And the people in Hollywood, basically because they're all communist twits, haven't figured out that their system doesn't work. I mean, you believe in Marxism, you're going to be a failure at everything else, too. Seriously, think about it. Being a Marxist requires you believe some of the worst things about, the worst falsehoods about capitalism and money and what makes what motivates people. It's a failure to understand basic human nature. Just for starters. So anybody that can't understand, anybody that thinks Karl Marx had an angle or a handle on anything is going to be crippled at making rational decisions about anything else. Because capitalism, the open market, it's ground one, it's floor one, ground level, it's first grade, it's starter level understanding of human nature. It works with some of the most basic fundamentals. The laws of behavior of cause and effect of supply and demand are as irrevocable as gravity. All living things are given a profit motive. All living things, not just intelligent human beings, all living things, because they look to optimize their all living things look to optimize their intake and minimize their output, supply and demand. An amoeba will crawl towards the closest supply of food in order to conserve the fuel it already has. Supply and demand and profit are literally fundamental laws of physics on that level. It's a basic math. Literally, it's the math of life. 1 plus, 2 take away 1 means 1. You have, you live. 1 take away 2, you die. We higher organisms think more complex thoughts about it than that. But that's what it all comes down to. The profit motive is a basic function of biology. If you think communism is superior to capitalism, you are making a category error about some of the most fundamental functions of the universe. The most basic functions of living things and of life itself. You are not to be. Somebody who believes in communism is short of cognitive dissonance on an epic scale, going to be unable to function properly at anything else. This is why movies are so terrible. Because they're motivated by leftist, communist, collectivist idealism and ideology, This is why they will sacrifice heavily to bring out a movie that is a guaranteed bomb, just because it preaches the right message from their perspective. Bowling for Columbine comes to mind. I could name several movies that were such political hack jobs. And then they were dismal failures. They promoted ideas that won't survive fridge logic. Fridge logic is when you're sitting at home watching a movie on DVD or on Netflix. You get up to go and get another drink out of the fridge or another snack, and you're standing there with the fridge light. When the fridge light goes on, the light bulb over your head goes on. You go, that didn't make any sense. No living system is ready for communism. Even a system of perfect angels could not make communism work. In fact, perfect angels would be opposed to communism. You see, because unless they are perfectly identical, all these hypothetical perfect saintly people, each one would be able, from each according to his ability to each according to his needs, sounds nice, as it means taking from those who can and giving to those who can't, don't, or won't. The angel in the system would be constantly aware that at any given point, he was profiting at somebody else's expense. Because at some point, he would not be able to make as great a contribution to the collective as somebody else. Why? Because people aren't all the same. They have different aptitudes, and that, different aptitudes, different abilities, different capacities, and those abilities change literally from moment to moment. A man at the middle of the day is a different creature entirely from one night. Guess which one is going to be able to produce more work at a given time? Oh, I saw the second Captain America movie. Saw both of them, actually. They were pretty good. Little grim. The second one was a little, grim and heavy, Cold War stuff. But, yeah, it was pretty good. Hmm. And the thing of it is that I note that the people are talking, a system of perfect angels would be able to work with communism. No, first of all. Second of all, I question their assumptions about what an angel is. They assume that an angel would be completely selfless. Eh, that's an assumption made from a collectivist nihilistic viewpoint. Well, it might not be pausing. I am stopping and uh, taking a drink, taking a breather, pausing. Well, if it stops in mid sentence, but otherwise, it might just be pausing pretentiously. Let's see here. There we go. Anyway, they assume that would be completely altruistic, other centric. There's no evidence of that. And in fact, there's evidence that God values beings who have free will, and and free will means having self-interest. Being concerned with your own welfare and your own needs, wants, and desires. Otherwise, there's no point in having free will. If all your actions were completely selfless, and your virtue was measured by how little you cared for yourself, what would the point be of giving you free will? Because all your will and all your feelings and all your desires would be centered around what somebody else wants. You would have no need of free will. It would be a waste of space. The Bible says to love The Lord thy God, with all thy heart, with all thy strength, with all thy mind, and all thy soul, and thy neighbor as thyself. Not instead of yourself. There's a very fundamental distinction there. Okay, if you'll excuse me just a minute, there's something I've got to take care of. Be right back. And I'm back. Thanks for waiting. I've been cooking down some chicken in a crock pot. Bought one of those cheap bags of chicken legs and thighs, and just been cooking. Some of it I chopped up and popped in the freezer, but the rest I cooked down in a crock pot until it was, like pulled pork, but with chicken, and packing it up. I just had to pull that off the heat. It was all finished up. Got the last of the bones out, and now I got chicken I could add to casserole or dumplings or noodles, or throw a little barbecue sauce in there. A lot of broth, but yeah, yeah, chocolate. This coat should probably be a little bit longer. Oh. Now, if you all have any ideas of ways that I could boost up that Kickstarter, get it, really kicking, get some more people, it's a third of the way done, and I've only got a tenth of the pledges I need. So I got to think of something. Okay, it's about 9 o'clock. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on. Now tell me, what do you think? Is it 3 hours enough, or too much, or not nearly enough, or... I'll run out of things to talk about. I really just sit here blah, 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 blah. Feel de-energized. Now here's a thought for you. Maybe the 12 days of Christmas is too much, but But this is a big but. This is the biggest but. This is the biggest but you've seen since that Anaconda video. But how about just making the week between Christmas and New Year's? It's 7 days exactly. Make that whole week one long holiday. Not just a couple of days off, we already take the days off, but make the whole 7 days, just one holiday altogether. And stretch out the whole thing. That way, a week, 7 days of Christmas, 7 days, a 7-day Christmas. That would be something worth building up to all this bunch that we do. I could see somebody setting up Christmas decorations in October for sale for a 7-day Christmas. Hey, it's not like we haven't done stuff like this before. We've done all sorts of crazy things with holidays. And don't talk to me about Kwanzaa. Don't talk to me about Kwanzaa. This is the truth. Kwanzaa is not an ancient holiday. People have gotten this notion as, oh, this is a deeply significant tribal African thing. It's not. It was invented in the 1970s. I'm not making this up. Completely out of whole cloth. He made it complete. It was invented by a member of the Black Panthers. And he stated it was specifically created to be a replacement for quote, that white Jesus holiday. Okay, so there you have it, You see, some of these holiday, I remember one of these holiday Christmas parades, quote unquote Christmas parades. They call it holiday and festivity parades now, and they had African American men dressed up in African tribal costumes, shouting Kwanzaa and just beating away at these giant drums like they just been catapulted across the Atlantic from Africa or something. Total crap. There's no tradition behind it. There's no culture behind it. It was a racist holiday invented by a racist man. For racist purposes. People really are just dumb. If a man ever doubted the Bible, if a man ever doubted there was such a thing as what the Bible calls evil, just look at humanity. Never will you see creatures so dedicated to their own self-destruction. It's heart wearying to see, because it's not like wisdom has been hidden from them. It's not like decency, it's not like decency and common sense and virtue and wisdom have been hidden from men. It's not some great secret, uh, incomprehensible mystery. But even the simplest things, the things that should be as obvious as 2 plus 2 equals 4, there are men who dedicate their entire lives to maintaining a state of denial that there is such a thing as an absolute truth. What can you do for such people? Not much. Not much at all. Hello, Crazy. Welcome back. Yeah, I got to you. Have you ever, I tend to ramble like that, don't I? Um, Passing thought. Have you ever had anybody tell you, I won't believe it until you show it to me, right? You've had that. But as a Christian, I've had people who say, I won't believe in God until you prove he exists to me. And I'm like, what kind of proof do you want? I mean, what kind of proof could I possibly give you? Even if I could snap my fingers and have God step down off his throne, climb down all the way down here, look you in the eye and say, yes, I do exist. You would just swear off drugs and go right back to believing what you did already. If you saw God, would you recognize him? You remember that part in Babylon 5 where what's her name is talking to the alien, saying, "I saw something out there." She had an encounter with some vast alien ship that was, beyond anything. And she says, "What did I see out there?" And the green guy, whatever he was, he looks over and he said, "How would I put this?" He looks over, he's looking at the plants in front of them, and he notices an ant crawling up. He says, "What is this?" She says, "That's an ant. It's an insect from Earth." And he says, "Now suppose you were this ant." He reaches down, he picks it up on the end of his finger and lets it crawl around his finger. He's amazing. And he says, "Now suppose this ant," and he takes it and he puts it back on the plant. I pick this ant up, I put it back down, and suppose that ant goes and talks to another ant. Says, "I have seen the most amazing thing. What happened?" How would the ant explain what had happened? We probably look straight in the face of God all the time and not even realize it because our perspective is too small. And this doesn't explain himself to humanity. He tells us, in the Bible, he tells humanity as much as we can handle. Because, for God to explain himself to man would be like an astrophysicist trying to explain whatever the heck it is astrophysicists do to a 3-year-old. And that's a favorable comparison. What we have seen is again and again God contacting man in a way that he can understand. For thousands of years, And finally, when the mission of Christ was complete, which was basically all that the Bible was leading up to, all the prophets and all the scriptures and all the laws were leading up to him. The Bible is basically a composition of everything that we can understand of God. We don't have to understand. We don't have to understand something to know it exists. We are daily bombarded by forces that science tells us exist, but that we have no possible way of perceiving. And that if we were suddenly capable of perceiving, we would dismiss as a drug-addled hallucination. The fundamental evidence for God was established at Calvary. Because I brought this up before. Calvary could be described as the ultimate falsifiable experiment. Now, in scientific theory, the scientific method consists of coming up with a hypothesis and trying to prove it wrong, basically. That's what people miss. You don't make experiments to prove something's true. You make experiments to try and prove your theory false. Now, that's a falsifiable experiment. It shows clear, logical thinking. You can set up any scenario where your theories will prove true. You try and set up a scenario where it won't prove true. And if it still proves true, you've got something. Now, Jesus said, it was commonly known among the people that Jesus said that if he was to die, he would return from the dead. And even among those it wasn't known, he knew that the people knew that they did not want his body disappearing. The people who executed him, he was buried, he was taken, he was put in a tomb. The tomb was sealed with a boulder. The boulder was sealed with a royal seal, a royal signet, basically a stamp and wax. It basically said it was the death penalty for anybody to break the seal. They stationed guards around the tomb. These guards, if they ever left their post, they were to be executed. And these soldiers were the equivalent of the Navy SEALs of the time. These were the U.S. Marine Corps guys. These were the hardcore killing machines of the Roman Empire. And they put 2 shifts of them standing around that tomb at all times. If the very fact that Christianity exists is proof of God's claim, because They knew. That was their plan. It's obvious, it's self-evident from context that the plan was to put an end to the cult of Christ followers on the third day by dragging the body out and saying, "See, here he is, dead as a doornail, rotten, eaten with maggots." Here is the corpse of your would-be Messiah. The cult, the religion of Christianity would have died that day, instantly, out like a light, like the Branch Davidians, like the flying saucer cult, the Heaven's Gate people, like Jonestown, gone. Because Jesus' most incredible claim would have been false instantly. But despite his political enemies, his worst enemies, having control of his body, he was gone. Hello, welcome aboard. NOUKF, whatever. You've come in at the tail end of things. I'm probably gonna be logging off in maybe another half hour. But I'm glad you came. Might stick around a little bit longer, who knows? But like I was saying, the very fact that Christianity exists, despite the fact that from its very beginnings it had enemies that wanted it destroyed and who had the means to destroy it. By all logical reason, the fact that they had the dead body of Jesus Christ in their grasp should have meant the end of Christianity. And yet here we are 2,000 years later. And the enemies of Christianity still haven't procured the body. This is what scientists call, I repeat, a falsifiable experiment. It's what happens when you conduct a scientific experiment correctly. The purpose of a scientific experiment isn't something true. It's so that the scientist can try and prove his own theories false. Excuse me. I had to stop off the microphone and sneeze. Ouch. Put a strain on your gut. So, if you want to ask me what my proof is that God exists, you want me to prove God exists? You want me to prove everything that Jesus said was true? I point to you the most outrageous claim that Jesus ever made, that he would come back from the dead. I point to you the fact that he was executed and put in a situation where his worst enemies had control, complete control of his corpse. And 3 days later, the tomb was empty. And we know the tomb is empty because the plan of the enemies of Jesus was self-evident. They were going to drag the body out and say, see, he's still dead. And yet they didn't. In a way, each Christian is the proof, the evidence of the faith he espouses. Because if Christ had been anybody other than who he said he was, Christianity would not exist. That whole rant was inspired by a rather grim, dark joke I saw once. It was posted on Billboard. It said, Easter is attention, Easter has been canceled. They found the body. I thought, that's really funny. And then I sat down and I thought about it. I said, actually, good point. I really don't know how to change your chat nickname. No clue. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Excuse me. That was necessary. Yeah, well, the problem is this is a commission. It's a commission for Daniel Meyer, a gentleman who writes the Old Vic. Ouch. Belly button scars, or hope I didn't pull anything. Yeah, I'd love to do a run of Questor plushies. Well, there's couldn't do a Kickstarter for those. Of course, I'd have to find somebody to make them, and I'd need a prototype. You know, first of. Okay. Layers, merge, no. Layers, merge. Okay, fine, merge all. Okay, I'll have to draw in the new save. Progress thus far. Spooky, scary skeletons, yeah, yeah. Dun 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 dun. And layers. Okay, ouch. Belly button scar is hurting from my hernia operation. When I sneezed, I must have pulled something, stretched something. I don't know. Icky. Ouch. Ouchie. Learn a new trick every day. Ouch. There we go. Layer. Merge down. New raster there. Save. Hello, Denny. Let me back up a little, let you see what I've got so far. Just a second. Little ghost, a little witch, a little robot. Yay. He's so cute. See, I still gotta put the spider. I'm gonna put a skeleton on the wall behind him and a couple other things, and then we'll do the coloring tomorrow. Hope you like his mad scientist backpack. Hurt my tummy. Oh. The spider. The big scary spider. Let's see, file. Check out that spider again. Just get a good look at him. Okay. There. You know, I'd love to really. Let me check something real quick. I want to check and see when trick or treat night is here in Marietta. Oh, you dummy. I looked up Google on Google. I'm amazed the internet didn't explode. Let's see. 2014, Marietta, Ohio. Trick or treat dates. It makes me unreasonably angry. Municipalities, okay, it's Halloween. Can you imagine them doing that on Christmas or on Easter, or on Easter or on Thanksgiving, or any other, or 4th of July? We'll be holding the 4th of July on the 7th this year. Never dare. Halloween, they got to pull this crap. They want to make trick or treating on November 1st. The idea would have required Marietta to hold trick or treating on Thursday. Marietta's trick or treating is set by an ordinance stating it will always be the Saturday before October 31st. Okay, they're holding it Saturday, October 25th in Marietta, Tuesday, October 28th in St. Mary's, West Virginia, October 30th in Beverly, and Friday, October 31st in New Matamoros. Improve your local, beautify your city. Beautify your city. Go to City Hall, find your local council, and beat them unconscious. That's preposterous. A full week ahead. You know what's going. They got all those towns having them on different days, so the kids are going. The kids are going to be like, they're going to be trying back and the teenagers at least will be back and forth from town to township to township. City ordinances. City ordinances. That's what happens when you take a little small town nobody and put them in office. They think they become God. Ugh. So, some people are, they're like slinkies. They're of no use, but they'd be great fun to push down a flight of stairs. Just how sad is it that we let people, why, this used to be America. It's not, tyranny doesn't arrive and, with a great big fanfare. It arrives with tiny little petty increments. I find it incredibly sad that the American people would let some bunch of wet Nancy's in a government office dictate when they celebrated a holiday. Typical practice, typical result, too. They've arranged it so that everybody in a tri state area is going to be grossly inconvenienced. People in 4 different towns are going to be grossly inconvenienced by this ridiculous arrangement. I tried to hand out candy on the 31st one year. Sat down there on my little porch. Nobody showed up. They're obedient little sheep out here. Yeah. I'm tempted to go TP their house. Look, we got these mewling pukes who are out there tearing down nativity scenes. And let's see, they tear down nativity scenes. They force people to say Happy Holidays instead of Merry Christmas. They shrink the number of they shrink the number of days that people can take for the holidays. Uh, we've got half the businesses staying open on every holiday just to try and squeeze in a few more bucks. They do this ridiculous crap where they tell people that Halloween is on every day except Halloween. We got it all wrong. We got it all wrong when we assumed that the war on Christmas was about Christianity, particularly. Religion in particular. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was never about that. It was all about control. Some squat little government toads getting their giggles from jerking everybody else around. That's it in a nutshell. That's all it's all about. Petty little pissant dictators. They get their jollies with this stupid crap. Where one of the guys quoted in this page, he says, "Oh well, we were speaking. I just read this newspaper. People were wanting, we were hearing from one group that they wanted us all to coordinate our holidays and our Beggars Night all on the same night, but then we heard from this other group, and trying to blame it on, it was the will of the people. My ass, okay? The will of the people concerning Halloween was established when they started putting calendars with Halloween on the 31st. What people wanted was established. It's printed right on the calendars. 31st, Halloween. But oh no. That would be too simple. Eh. That's right. You can't. City Hall has got to be the City Hall has got to be the final, evidence, Exhibit A on the damnation of representative government, because these people are idiots. You can't. It's like you can't put these people together without without the tard setting in. Let me give you an example. There's one. This actually happened. Real occurrence. City Council. They got some new curtains to hang around the wall, around the walls of the curtains and drapes to hang around the walls of the city courtroom. It turned out that they were 2 feet too long. They had spent thousands of dollars on this, and it turned out they were 2 feet too long. So you know what their solution was? Take a guess. I'll give you a minute to take a guess what the city council came up with as a solution for these drapes that were 2 feet too long. I'll give you about a minute. Sue the drape maker? No. No. Anybody else care to guess? Anybody else care to try another guess? Buy all new? Not even that. You're not going to believe this. The city council got together. They saw that the drapes were 2 feet too long. They got together and unanimously voted to spend several $1,000s more raising the ceiling 2 feet. Nuke, basically City Hall. They bought some really expensive drapes for their courthouse. They were 2 feet too long. When I was living in South Charleston, I spent several $100s to buy one of those little ultra cheap, low fuel scooters so I could get around town. This was back when I was still small enough that one of those things could move me around. Little gas scooter, real dirt cheap. I finally bought one online. It was shipped to me, and when I got there, I discovered, about the time it was in the mail, that City Hall had passed a law against the things. It was against the law to drive them on you weren't allowed to drive them on the roads, in the alleys, sidewalks, nowhere. Why? Their justification was because they were afraid children were going to drive those things on the street. Now, the last time I checked, it was illegal for kids to be driving motorized vehicles on the streets anyway, regardless of what they were. Ugh. So I had spent several $100s on a vehicle that I needed. I needed it. I seriously needed it because I didn't have any way to get around. And City Hall shafted me. Why? Because some wet Nancy's and helicopter moms were worried that children might be tempted to ride these things on the streets with the vehicles, with the cars. You remember that footage of that one guy chasing down some guy at City Hall? They came out in the parking lot, and the guy walked up to him, pulled a gun, and started trying to shoot him. And the guy ducking back and forth behind the tree. Guess who I was cheering on? You can think whatever you want to think of me, but I think that sort of thing ought to happen more often. When these wretched little people start realizing that there are dangerous consequences to riling up the populace. And something more unpleasant than people posting testy letters to the editor might happen. These people live with absolutely no fear of the consequences of aggravating and harassing the American people, because they know the worst thing we'll do is go out and have a little protest march. You think those people are scared of protest marches? Not a chance. They couldn't care less about your protest march. They're not even particularly scared of your vote anymore. I'm serious. I'm not kidding you. The first thought that crossed my mind when that guy pulled that pistol and started shooting at that civil servant and making him run for his life is, well, it's about dang time. I'm a horrible person under it all. I really am. Okay, I'm not going to color this tonight. I'm not going to color it tonight. I don't want to. I don't want to overstray you. I don't want to. I sort of want to hold off on that a little bit. This is, I'm really that angry because these people power once they get in office. I mean, even if it's a inky dinky rinky dinky little office like in the city council of some podunk town, once they get in power, they don't fear the law, they don't fear the people, they do whatever they please. And we went to over that we made this a country over that. And we were so testy about it, we were ready to go right back to war with England again less than 100 years later. Well, that's not a bad idea. Save an uncolored version, yeah. I was need to do that anyway. I can't say that, that old saying that anybody who seeks office doesn't deserve it. I don't think that's the problem. I don't think that's the problem, not by a long shot. I think the problem is in how the office is arranged. People would not seek, corrupt people would not seek office if it was not so easily corrupted. Nobody, robber, is going to seek a bank with no money in it. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's going to bribe a public official who doesn't really have the power to do what they want. The problem is that we have given too much power to those in secular authority. They have way too much power. The fact that they can sit down and pull an ordinance out of their rear end that rearranges the calendar, and to hell with the desires of the people in the community, that says it all. Everybody wants to reform. Everybody wants to reform campaign finance. Here's a better idea. How about we reform Congress? How about we start pulling the teeth? How about we start declawing the government a little bit again? That was the purpose of the Constitution, to limit the government's power. The Constitution wasn't made to give us our rights. It was established and it was firmly asserted that our rights are given to us by God. The purpose of the Constitution was to take away the power of government, to limit it, to restrict it, to geld it. Geld or geld, I don't know. To castrate it. To tame it, to break it to the saddle. Instead, what do we got? We got a nation. We used to have people who would tell the government, get bent. When the government actually was infringing on human rights, the people would stand up and say, get bent, and do as they pleased. Nowadays, we have a nation of milksops who are going around. They're having people paint their Halloween pumpkins teal and hand out toys, cheap plastic junk, rather than candy because poor little Timmy, he might have a food allergy. And they let the government rearrange the calendar. Oh, that way we can have the patrolmen around to keep us all safe from the scary imaginary trick-or-treat monsters. Nuke, why didn't they just hold off the fire? Why would an outdoor concert? Who would care? Depending on what kind of concert it was, the fireworks would have gone with it perfectly. Well, they could have just waited an hour. Now, how much would it have cost them to wait an hour, Wait until the concert is over, then launch the fireworks. Idiots. Our world is run by idiots. Okay, ouch. Tummy sore. A little spot on my belly button. Okay, that's enough for tonight. All I'm doing is getting torqued out of shape. Look, as always, I'm still running the Kickstarter. The goal is $20,000. It sounds like a lot, but it's literally, it basically boils down to it's just enough to get through the next year. It's enough to do the Kickstarter campaign and to get through the next year, and hopefully to get Tales of the Questor and Space Ranger over the hump and into a higher tier of readership. So if you know anybody who's idly rich and looking to fund a comic strip, I say, Muffins, this raccoon, space raccoon is absolutely droll. Oh, bring out your purse. We'll buy a few thousand. You know, something like that. Find one of the members of Metallica when they're drunk and sell it. I don't know. But no, seriously, if you know anybody, you just pass on the word. I've Googled it. I've Twittered it. I've Facebooked it. I'm going to see about Tumblring it, and I'm gonna. Oh, you're Amiga Dragon. I'm sorry. I'm getting confused there. I thought you were new. Where? Oh well. But anyway, pass on the word, guys. Come December 1st, we'll have to see where to go from there. All right. Thank you for coming in. Invite your friends. Invite your friends. Have them come by the channel. On. I feel morally obligated to egg the mayor's house now. Well, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Y'all take care. Have a good night.